New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, test, test. Check audio here real quick. Sounds good to me. All right, everyone. Welcome. Another severe weather day. There's been a couple the last couple days. They've been a little bit more isolated and also just a little bit of bad timing and also in some less populated areas. The other day, we were kind of in monitor mode for the last couple days, but there's actually a pretty good cluster of severe weather up in basically the northern Rockies a couple days ago. Mostly just damaging winds, and some of those were even, they're warned as thunderstorms, but kind of even non-thunderstorm winds. But yeah, that definitely verified a slight risk the other day. Today, a little different, a little more concentrated severe weather. We have a couple different pockets of severe weather ongoing at the moment. Kind of waiting right now for the main show of this evening to fully develop here. Slide this up here. Okay, that should be good. Just getting some things set up. Yeah. So this is our newest watch area, severe thunderstorm watch in parts of eastern Nebraska, southern Minnesota, and especially west and northern Iowa. That's kind of the main event tonight. And you can very quickly, in the last hour or so, thunderstorms have gone up there. The chances of all hazards threat is mostly going to be as these storms initialize as kind of individual supercells / multi-cell clusters. The first cell of the day has gone severe warned in Iowa, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. And then down into the Texas Panhandle and West Texas, we've been kind of watching. You see kind of the blowing dust from the outflow boundaries with those storms. This is the Lubbock area on the Texas Drive camera above me. It's been a changing skies. When I was getting the stream set up a little while ago, this was basically blue skies, and then you could see kind of the blowing dust move in. Looks like it's off to the left of the camera now. Some of this has been considerable threat at times for some 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So let's get in here. We'll turn off that. We'll go to the next rad.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There we go. Let's look here at the Lubbock area. Yeah, you can see storms off to the west of Lubbock. They're moving into the western suburbs here along Texas 2255 and basically the 84 and the Lubbock Beltway. Yeah, that's 2255 there, down along 62 and 82. So you can see those storms moving in from the west. They are basically, the warning really is for the outflow boundary, the gusty winds, and potentially up to about 70 miles an hour is gusting out well ahead of these storms. And that's racing to the east-southeast. So that is moving across the Lubbock area with some gusty winds in those areas. And then behind that, there are pockets of this blowing dust, and I believe the advisory...
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been
There's a
issued.
new warning for Iowa. They have dropped the considerable threat, so that's a good sign. But earlier, this was being warned with, near zero visibility will be possible along any of those outflow boundaries and those stronger wind gusts, and that's for that blowing dust. So pockets of low visibility in the Lubbock area, that's going to continue working to the south and east. Again, that at least for the Lubbock area, looks like potentially still gusting to 70, but we haven't seen that extension of the considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. And then a few of these other cells in here have blowing dust, some gusty outflow. We've seen in the last little bit of a reduction in the severe storms across western Texas. Hey, ST Nguyen, how's it going? Yes, East Pac hurricane season has officially begun. The National Hurricane Center has put out an advisory, nothing expected in the next week. And even though it's not quite the Atlantic hurricane season, the National Hurricane Center does start putting out the discussions, and obviously it's fairly quiet right now in the Atlantic, so they also put out a discussion that nothing is expected in the next week for tropical development. So starting a little quiet, but we'll likely see by the next couple of weeks. East Pac usually gets going earlier than the Atlantic Basin. There has been another warning or two up here in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Looks like still a warning there for 60-mile-an-hour gusts. There's also been fires out here in western Texas. I can probably, let's see. Let's get... There should be a ton of red flag warnings, I believe, still in progress. Maybe not.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, there they are. Tons of red flag warnings today, especially west of this boundary, and some of that even overlaps into the Texas Panhandle around Lubbock. And those areas that are under severe thunderstorm warnings right now, they are under red flag warnings as well. So some of these are kind of dry thunderstorms. That was a risk today. There are some areas of precip, even some small hail at times. But a lot of this is dust and blowing dust and gusty winds. And with the lightning, that can ignite more fire. So we do have to watch that. You can even see that around the Lubbock area. There's lightning outside of the precip cores. And some of that precip is also not reaching the ground, and especially these reduced cells. So there's definitely a fire danger, even though you do see thunderstorms around this area around Lubbock. And yeah, that extends into western Oklahoma, much of the Texas Panhandle, and out into the Four Corners, as well as up into the northern plains and the upper Midwest. A bunch of red flag warnings as well. Yeah, it's kind of a nasty day, even outside of the areas that have the severe weather. All right, let's get into these cells. This was the one that went up, actually, as we were just about to go live. The interesting thing about this cell is it went up very quickly within about a half hour or so. Yeah, this is about 5 o'clock. It was really just a blip on the radar. And then at about 5:20, 5:24, it went severe warn. So only took about 20 minutes to go from really nothing, maybe a little gusty shower, to a full-blown severe thunderstorm. And that is continuing on there. To the east, it's near Dolliver or Fenton, and that is moving east at about, let's get the details on that one.
New information.
East at 40.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
East at 40, and that does have half-dollar size hail. So we'll continue to watch that as it moves across northern parts of Iowa. Keep an eye on this one if you're on the I-35 corridor. Clear Lake, that is Mason City, and then areas out towards Crystal Lake. Yeah, probably about Crystal Lake, Lone Rock, up to the Minnesota border. That storm is a pretty nasty one. We have another cluster going up near Sioux City, and especially south and east of Sioux City. We'll keep an eye on that one. And then also have storms going up, not severe right now, but just south of the Omaha metro. Yeah, these storms definitely mean business here around Springfield, Nebraska, down to Louisville, Weeping Water, and then back towards Union, Murray, and down to the areas along the Missouri River there. up a couple things, and we'll get the details on these new watches here as well. Let's see.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Couple of tornadoes are possible. This watch goes until 1 a.m. on Saturday. So basically the rest of the evening. That's for, again, southern Minnesota, much of northern and western Iowa, and eastern Nebraska. Extreme southeast parts of South Dakota as well. And that is a couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to softball size and scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour are likely. And yeah, the initial storm phase, that has the most chance of the tornadoes, especially as these storms kind of stay a little bit on the discrete side for the initialization. And then the models do show kind of this lining into a mesoscale convective system. That may bring some embedded tornadoes to the east, but it'll increase the wind threat. So early on, chance of an all hazards threat, especially with large hail and a couple tornadoes. But then, yeah, we get into a little bit later into the evening, and that's when we have to deal with the scattered gusts up to about 80 miles an hour. That includes areas like Lincoln, Omaha, Sioux City, Spirit Lake, Fort Dodge, Ames, Des Moines, Waterloo, Mason City, and then into Minnesota, Austin, Rochester, and not quite into Wisconsin, but areas along the Iowa and Wisconsin border. Do keep an eye on this. So areas around La Crosse, Wisconsin, especially, that's right here on the eastern border with Minnesota. So keep an eye on that. You guys are just a river apart from potentially some pretty significant severe weather today. They may also extend this or add an additional watch. The Storm Prediction Center does have a mesoscale discussion out for a much of western Wisconsin. So we may see additional watches issued later.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
About mostly a damaging wind and some hail threat for that area in Wisconsin. Our other area, this watch in Texas, was the first watch of the day. That goes until 10 p.m. in the central time zone. Scattered damaging gusts up, isolated significant gusts up to 75, isolated large hail up to 1 inch. And yeah, so it's primarily a wind-driven risk down here. The risk is high base thunderstorms developing in the late afternoon, increased potential for severe caliber wind gusts and downbursts with some possible hail in it. We've seen this watch area verify already today. It's kind of diminishing as we speak. Storms do seem to be not as feisty as they were earlier, but we'll continue to watch this area in Texas and even parts of the Oklahoma Panhandle. Southeast Colorado may have a couple stronger storms. Okay, so right now just 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. The one in Iowa, and then a couple in Texas. And our newest watch is actually, or our warning is out here in the western Oklahoma Panhandle. This is southwestern Cimarron County, a thunderstorm 5 miles west of Wheelus, or 21 miles northwest of Clayton, moving southeast at 10, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Yeah, this area in the Panhandles, also another area that we have to watch for a little bit of a fire risk. There's been fires out here the last couple days, so we do have to watch that out there with any lightning could spark some
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Some increased fire hazards there. Let's see. Let me pull some cameras, get some stuff organized. Looks like they're going to re-up that watch around Lubbock, or the warning around Lubbock. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. Some small hail, gusty winds. Actually, it's interesting. Our camera doesn't look that wet. It has not, I don't think, rained that much on this camera. So that does show
this severe
that, yeah, there's the update to that. 60-mile-an-hour gusts, they've extended it to 6:30 p.m. in the central time zone.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Our camera's been on kind of the north side of Lubbock there, and that camera has not seen that much rain in the last little bit. Outflow boundary came through, maybe a couple showers in that area. A little bit heavier activity around Lubbock downtown right now. But that camera is on basically the north side of Lubbock, so some of this precip may not be reaching the ground. That shows how dry and continuing a fire danger that area is. Okay, some new warnings coming out here for those cells south of the Omaha Metro. These are some pretty nasty cells. Get a little bit more details on these cells here. That's a look at some of those cells. This is out in Nebraska City, which is somewhere down in here. Where are we? There's Nebraska City over the storm. On 29, looking towards those storms. So you can see those storms moving across the Missouri River right now. Some small hail and gusty winds, but these storms have definitely escalated in the last little bit. New severe warning there as well for hail and gusty winds. It's near Offutt Air Force Base, moving east at 40. And those are skirting the southern side of the Omaha Metro. Here's another look at that cell from just north. This is at Pacific Junction.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, yeah, we're up here looking towards that hail core of that storm. That's crossing the Missouri River right now. So yeah, our camera is up here somewhere just north of this cell. Somewhere like right up in here, looking back towards that hail core. It's a good shot of things near Pacific Junction. Right now, mostly a wind threat at the moment. Not super crazy large hail, but there is a hail core in there. And it shows up on the ZDR in those blues and greens and some of those gray colors in here. And then also shows up on correlation coefficient as kind of the opposite. those greens and blues, and then also showing up on reflectivity pretty well as well. So yeah, there's your hail core in here. It's crossing I-29 near Pacific Junction into Iowa. That's going to keep moving east towards Malvern, Glenwood, Silver City. Keep an eye on that one. And basically paralleling US 34. So you can see US 34 east of Pacific Junction. Keep an eye on that one if you're out there towards US 34, towards Malvern, and zooming in towards Hastings and White Cloud, Iowa, and then areas like Emerson, Iowa. And then, yeah, another hail core kind of developing down here near Thurman. It's going to move towards Randolph and Anderson. So far, those storms are kind of missing the downtown Omaha area. So Council Bluffs, Omaha, things are okay at the moment. If you're planning on traveling south on 29 right now, though, I would just kind of hang back and let these storms cross the I-29 corridor. You can see there that storm continues to move to the east. You can see behind them already the sun's clearing behind these storms. So yeah, let those clear out, and then you're in better shape across the Omaha metro. The other storm that did go severe warned is this cluster near Sioux City. That one has a considerable threat for lime-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This one's an interesting cell. It's lifting a little bit more towards the north. And similar to that other cell in northern Iowa, you can see within a very short amount of time, this is blown up and is now a considerable threat storm with a really decent hail core in here. There's a big hail core in here around Iowa 67 and Iowa 64, basically south of US 20 right now. There's the new update. Let's go look at this storm. Oh, actually, it's down south. Considerable threat there for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is another one of these cells in Texas. You can very clearly see this outflow boundary as this is set up here. Again, they don't look like super beefy storms, but the outflow boundaries on these storms do mean business. They're going to bring gusty winds, potentially zero visibility. So another considerable threat there. And then also those 70-mile-an-hour winds down along US Highway 62 and US 82. It's like the actually going to warn a destructive 80-mile-an-hour winds.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, we'll have to fix that setting. That's a little bit too much. This is obviously a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. Trying to see if it was there has been a 60-mile-an-hour gust just a few minutes ago.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So yeah, I don't see the 80-mile-an-hour gust in here. Let's see. I was seeing if it was recorded, but apparently it has not been. So there's your destructive tag. Hey, Sarah, how's it going today? We'll wait. We'll see if this gets updated with more information on this warning. I wonder if someone has actually reported an 80-mile-an-hour gust in here. Wouldn't shock me if we got one, but either way, destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's interesting because the other National Weather Service office is not warning as destructive. This is out of Midland.
New information. this severe thunderstorm warning has been
And yeah, the
updated.
Lubbock office is keeping it as a considerable threat across their area. So two different National Weather Service offices warning things a little bit differently there. That's going to be approaching areas like Pride, Texas, Ashmore, basically coming through right now with that outflow boundary. So anywhere down here along Texas Highway 137,
Attention, a new
Texas
severe
Highway
thunderstorm warning
83,
has been issued.
Loop, Ashmore, Pride. It's interesting. It's also not a giant warning either, but keep an eye on this if you're down here along 137 in Texas. Also Texas Highway 829 and areas like Seagraves, Texas. Looks like it's mostly through Seagraves at the moment. But yeah, that's a nasty storm there. There are still some pretty strong storms in Texas today. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts earlier in eastern near Tatum in New Mexico. So some of these storms do have a history of producing some pretty significant gusts. 61 a little bit ago west of Lubbock. 60-mile-an-hour gusts there. So yeah, there's definitely some pretty nasty gusts in here.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
See if we get in from there's some rain coming down and some gusty winds on this Texas camera now. That's the stormiest this Texas camera has looked, besides the blowing dust. That's the first time I've seen precip in probably looking at this camera for about 2 hours now as we're getting the stream set up. So that is some much needed rain, but again, with the lightning and a lot of the precip not quite reaching the ground, some of it evaporating, there's more lightning than precip out here in West Texas right now. A couple other storms going up in northern parts of Iowa, one near West Bend, coming up towards Algona. Keep an eye on this cell. It's another cell that's gone up fairly quickly into areas like Pocahontas, Casas, Humboldt, and Palo Alto counties in northern Iowa. Considerable threat here for some sizable hail. $50 size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's in Cherokee, Sioux, Plymouth, and O'Brien counties in northwest Iowa. And then, yeah, considerable threat for lime-sized hail. Potentially even a little bit more than lime-sized hail in this area. Just near Otto. Approaching areas along
New information. This severe
Iowa
thunderstorm
Highway
warning has been
31.
updated.
Yeah, Iowa Highway 31. And then up towards 20. U.S. Highway 20 towards Cushing, Danbury, and Pearson, Iowa. Good news is right now this storm is sliding to the east-northeast, so it's moving away from the Sioux City Metro. Sioux City Metro off to the left there. So we'll see. Again, we're in kind of the early phase here. If these cells do have a chance at rotation, it would be in the early phase while they stay essentially discrete, but not a ton of rotation looking right now. Yeah, that's interesting. This one has a little bit. There's a little bit of rotation in this. Obviously, a hail-producing supercell right now, but nothing at the surface level yet. This cluster, let's see. There is a little bit of upper level rotation. Yeah, the winds are starting to surge out a little bit, so we have to watch this area for a little bit of rotation up towards Malvern. Keep an eye on this area. Right now, it's not rotating. It's mostly actually surging out winds away from the radar site, but we do have to watch this area as it maybe will try and tighten up. Coming up towards Malvern, Hastings, White Cloud, Iowa. Yeah, we're getting radar out of the areas west of Omaha, so that checks out. And then a little bit of rotation also back here towards Thurman. Oh, let's see. Yeah, a couple storms western Puerto Rico right now. I think most of the island's pretty good. Again, hurricane season doesn't start yet, but the National Hurricane Center does start putting out outlooks. We'll definitely keep an eye on Puerto Rico as we get into the summer. Some gusty winds on the west side of the island, it looks like, and maybe a few more showers to the east side and some of that higher terrain. But yeah, pretty good thunderstorm out here on the west side of the island. They're going to re-warn that cluster storms that's pushing through the Lubbock area, warn that out to the east around Lorenzo, Texas, and basically Highway 62, 82, if you're east of Lubbock, you're in that severe warning for those gusts and also some heavy bursts of rain and lightning and thunder. And then, yeah, destructive severe thunderstorm, potentially 70 to 80 mile an hour winds down here in southwest of Lubbock. That is areas there around Lynn, Terry, and Yoakum counties.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's the new warning there. That's for Crosby, Garza, and Lubbock. And then also Gaines and Dawson counties in western Texas. And again, if you're looking out here and you see these storms, the storms are back in here, but that gusty wind and potentially even some of that 80 mile an hour gusts are going to be out ahead of the main cluster of thunderstorms. So this is surging out.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, we'll try that. I think I fixed that warning setup. Testing a couple new warning settings and things. So if we get any random alerts, that would be why.
Attention, a new special marine warning has been issued.
That's not a test. There is a special marine warning that is in Hawaii.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, we'll leave Texas for now and go back to our storms here into Iowa. Considerable threat now.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, the storm means business in Iowa now. Looking at pretty nasty cluster of storms. This one's trying to organize a little bit better.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's a look at those storms again, moving generally east of the I-29 corridor. Still some pretty heavy rain, still some lightning and thunder, but the hail core and the damaging winds has moved past the I-29 corridor. And there you can see the difference than earlier when we were looking at the ZDR. The hail has come up in this cell. It's getting better organized. Correlation coefficient also coming up in this cell. So for at least the larger hail. So yeah, there's a pretty decent pocket of larger hail in here. That's going to be coming towards Malvern and Randolph. Those areas in western Iowa have definitely ramped up quite a bit. Thurman, Iowa, and the gusty winds surging out on this leading edge here towards Randolph. So Randolph, you're about to get into some of those potentially 70-mile-an-hour gusts. These other cells also considerable threat warn for lime-sized hail. The wind, not as punchy as our cell to the south.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is another one that shows a pretty good cluster of hail in here.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
A couple pockets of some larger hail. That's potentially where you have those apple-sized gusts. That's going to be in this area in, let's see, that's right along Iowa 31. Small community there of Anthon, Iowa. That's potentially in line for that apple-sized hail. And then up 31, keep an eye on this one for Correctionville, Cushing, Iowa, and those areas to the north and east of Danbury. Yeah, there's a little bit of a radar hole in northern Iowa. It's kind of annoying. It's pretty flat, but that helps us a little bit. But yeah, this cell is basically about 11,000 feet away from the closest radars. Yeah. That's annoying. Large hail potentially in this cell as it approaches the getting closer to the I-35 corridor. We'll keep an eye on this one. Tenonka up towards Ledyard and then over towards Thompson, eventually towards areas around Mason City and especially north of Mason City towards the Minnesota border. Keeping an eye on that one. A couple other clusters of some feisty storms going up along I-90. There's a warning there. That's for Minnesota Lake, Blue Earth, and Faribault County in Minnesota. That's in south central Minnesota. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I was gonna say that one looked like a hail producer as well. So a couple hail-producing storms going up here.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning.
There's your warning there for Blue Earth and Faribault counties. Right now, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, but this area is pretty favorable for larger hail right now. So we'll see those hail cores pick up in those cells. A couple other warnings there in central Iowa. One near Luverne, Corinth, up towards Burt, and then another one near Pomeroy.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
in those cells that are lifting up to this. It's interesting. Some cells are lifting a little more easterly, especially our bigger hail-producing cells. And then some of these cells in northern Iowa are moving a little bit more northerly. So a couple different areas of storm motion. But yeah, this is a pretty nasty cluster of storms here. So not seeing much in the way of rotation yet on this storm. It definitely does have some little bit of broad spin in it right now, but it's still mostly outflow dominant, coming through Randolph and Malvern right now. But we do have to watch this. The hail cores come up. It's tried to kind of organize a little bit,
a new severe thunderstorm
a little bit of
warning has
inflow
been
region,
issued.
but still not really rotation. It's just kind of pulling in some inflow at the moment. But we'll keep an eye on this one. They'll likely extend out a warning here towards Red Oak in Iowa. And there's that.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is out along US 34. This is east of Red Oak. I believe it's in this new warning polygon, though. Considerable threat for a bunch of counties there. Fremont, Montgomery, Mills, Potawatomi, and Page counties in southwest Iowa. Looks like there's already been some wind damage. 4-inch tree limb broken in Thurman. And yeah, that storm is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour gusts, half dollar size hail.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So yeah, there's your update there. That's a pretty nasty storm. Surging out there around Randolph. So keep an eye on this one. Stanton, Nottoway, Grant, Essex. I feel like we've been in this area before, dealing with some pretty big storms.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, there's some of your communities in the path of this one at about 35. Actually, let's track that out just a little bit more. There we go. Emogene, it's about now. Emerson, 4 minutes or less. Essex, about 10 minutes. Red Oak, 17. Stanton, 27. And then Nottoway right now at the end of the warning polygon, about 42 minutes. Oh, that's interesting. Did not realize that, but I can actually mouse through specific areas and see. That's kind of cool. Coburg, 14 minutes. Hepburn,
New information. This
about
severe
35
thunderstorm
minutes.
warning has been updated.
Brooks, 50. Carbon, 50. Whole new feature there. A
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
little bit of rotation also picking up on that cell. Let's see.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, a little bit right in here along near Climax, Iowa. Keep an eye on this. It's definitely trended a little bit up, but it's still mostly outflow dominant.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And it's still very broad at the moment.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So they are updating that with larger hail. Ping pong ball size hail. We'll likely see an update for the larger polygon in a few minutes. Looks like they're going to update, yeah, both of those cells kind of independently, but then there's the broader considerable threat storm that stretches out. But yeah, ping pong ball size hail potentially in that storm. Malvern. Good news is we do have to zoom in pretty tight to get some of these smaller communities in here. So not looking at giant communities, but still Malvern, White Cloud, Emerson, Hawthorne. Those areas have potentially some pretty large hail showing up. And then, yeah, still seeing this hail cluster in here near Cushing, riding along US 20, Holstein, Iowa 175, US Highway 59, and US Highway 20. It now looks like most of that is pushed east of Iowa 31. And then now a cluster of storms with some at least $half size hail coming towards Pomeroy, Varina, Albert City, Pocahontas in central Iowa. And then, yeah, still warning this cell in northern Iowa for areas around Hayfield, Miller, Ventura.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Keep an eye on this one towards Mason City as well. It looks like it's sagged a little bit south. Another cluster of storms in Oklahoma, actually being severe warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Another cluster of high base thunderstorms producing over 60-mile-an-hour winds. Winds of 74 miles an hour were measured at Bessie, Oklahoma. So again, it doesn't look super impressive on reflectivity, but those are thunderstorms producing damaging winds. And now kind of a line of them now east of Lubbock, basically, into areas just south of Childress, along 62, Roaring Springs, and then back here, east of Lubbock now, around Crosbyton, along US 62 and 82, down on the south side of Lubbock towards Woodrow and Wilson and New Home. And then this is where we have our still a destructive, it's still being warned as destructive threat. They haven't added if that was like confirmed or anything, so that's an interesting one. But it's actually about to move out of the destructive warning, so they'll likely issue a new warning. But you can again see some of this threat extends well outside of the actual thunderstorms. It's mostly actually being warned for the damaging winds associated with the outflow boundaries along these dry and high-based storms in western Texas. So yeah, Iowa is lighting up here in the last hour or so. And yeah, 70-mile-an-hour wind report there by trained weather spotters.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
The strongest winds are pushing through the areas around Randolph right now, Imogene, and then over towards Coburg and Iowa, Stanton.
New information. This severe
Red
thunderstorm
Oak,
warning has been updated.
Emerson, Hawthorne, those areas. Definitely under the gun.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
playing around with a couple of different settings here, but that does look a little bit better.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, the biggest pocket of hail is in here. Looks like near Clark, Iowa, just south of White Cloud, approaching areas around Solomon and Climax. Yeah, it's in this area right here at M16, just near Hastings, and right around Emerson as well.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Cool. Save some settings. Updated things. Yeah, the largest hail is right in here around Emerson at the moment. Pretty nasty hail. They're going to up this. It looks like extended out 31 more minutes, as the storms are just kind of working into that area as we speak. Got a couple other stronger cells now in southern Nebraska around Geneva, Shickley, Bruning, and Carlton, Nebraska. Some gusty winds and $half size hail. If I zoom out, that's kind of what we're dealing with. About 6:43 in the central time
New
zone.
Information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Right now, kind of clusters of kind of embedded supercells, but also multi-cell clusters for the most part in northern Iowa. This one's a little bit more of a supercell down here in southwestern Iowa. Then another kind of multi-cell cluster in southern parts of Nebraska right now. But they all are capable of producing at least large hail.
New information,
And 60 to 70 mile an hour winds.
Has been updated.
And then that update was dropping the destructive tag on that. So down to a considerable, or not even a considerable, 60 mile an hour winds, a general thunderstorm risk there. But a new storm has gone up maybe along the outflow of some of these, but a new storm in here in Texas around Fullerville, Texas.
New information.
Keep an eye on that one.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That one may have a little bit more hail than some of our other storms today. But yeah, a line of dry, high base thunderstorms now extends from areas around Childress all the way to the areas south of Lubbock. But they all are kind of capable of producing at least outflow boundaries with dust, blowing dust to 0 miles an hour, 0 mile visibility at times. They're all also capable of producing gusty winds, 70 mile an hour plus. And yeah, they've organized into a little bit more of a kind of a broken line of them. And then some of the pockets here could have some small hail and some isolated pockets of heavy rain as well.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New warning for this area around Ida Grove, Battle Creek, Cushing, just kind of an extension of the warning previously. The good news is this cell has kind of broken up a little bit. You can see a little bit ago, this was
a new severe thunderstorm
much more of a cohesive cell, but it has kind of broken into a couple different clusters. Looks like we might have a left split going on. This cell here seems near Cushing seems to be ejecting off to the north and northeast. This cell may kind of move a little bit more easterly, so we'll see if that does happen. They can both produce damaging hail in the left splits. But we'll keep an eye on this one. Arthur, Sac City, Nemaha.
New information. This severe thunderstorm.
Those areas are potentially under the gun for some larger hail in the next little while.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then still seeing this cell working across the areas around Crystal Lake, Miller, Hayfield, and keeping an eye on this one for Mason City down the road. Considerable threat, lime-size hail. This is for Kossuth. I think I'm saying that right. I have really bad allergies today, so if I'm mispronouncing that one, that's why. Hancock and then Winnebago counties.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
You can see quite a bit of considerable threat severe thunderstorm warnings here in progress. So it is pretty busy evening here for severe weather. That one's moving east at 30.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So still roughly from the highest concentration of hail, it's roughly about an hour to the I-35 corridor. But areas around Crystal Lake, 20 minutes. Hayfield, 31. Miller, 40. Fertile, about 58. Joyce, 54. Ventura, this is those areas around Clear Lake. Clear Lake, about 60 minutes or so.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then a couple of these cells here in central Iowa have now gone considerable threat for some larger hail. Yeah, it looks like golf balls to maybe even a ping pong ball or two south of Pomeroy near Jolly, and then over towards Newell. Especially Iowa right now, not a one and done threat.
Attention, a new severe
you have kind of this lead cluster of cells, and then back here into western Iowa, you have kind of a secondary cluster. So areas that potentially get some of this first initial wave do have a chance at more severe weather.
Thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then still continuing to watch this storm near Red Oak.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Approaching Stanton. Looks like the hail has come down just a little bit on this. Still seeing kind of a broad area of rotation right around Red Oak.
This severe thunderstorm warning
it's nothing tornadic right now. It's not, I don't even think, low level rotation. It's just kind of it showing that this is a supercell. It does have large hail. It has a rotating updraft, so we'll keep an eye on that one though. And then they have extended a couple of different warnings out for that cluster of cells near Bruning, Carlton, Shickley, and Milligan in southern Nebraska. And we'll continue to keep an eye on this cell as it moves to its Gary and Greenfield, Okarche, and Calumet, west of Oklahoma City.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Hey, Dakota. It's, right now you're okay. We're watching these storms that are south and east of Omaha right now. They may try to work their way up towards especially the southern and western sides of the Des Moines metro. But especially if you're south of Des Moines towards Winterset, keep an eye on those ones. Otherwise, we're just kind of seeing if more storms develop. So right now, I mean, you might split the gap, but certainly northern parts of Iowa looking a little rough right now. Multiple rounds of larger hail-producing cells. We'll see in the next little bit. The models earlier did have these going from discrete cells to eventually filling in as more of a line segment. So within a couple hours, likely dealing with severe weather across the Des Moines area.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And new warnings going up there. Considerable threat for that, the hail and especially the gusty winds in this one. Griswold, Messina, Prescott, Lenox, and Diagonal.
New information, this severe
I gotta go pop another
thunderstorm
allergy
warning has
pill
been updated.
and clear my head a little bit for a second, but we'll let me go do that, and then we'll continue tracking the severe weather. Kind of concentrate right now northern Iowa and southwest Iowa, and then west Texas around the Lubbock area and just to the east of Lubbock.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, that helped a little bit. Yeah, I'm a mess today with these allergies. Let's see, Kirksville, maybe some isolated storms in parts of Missouri today, but the severe threat right now, it's north of Kirksville. Yeah, Kirksville is in the slight risk, level 2 out of 5. And you can see these storms are just starting to get into our enhanced risk area. So we had the question also about Des Moines earlier. That area is in the enhanced risk.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this winter weather advisory has been updated.
I'll fix that later. We don't need updates on the winter weather. There are winter weather advisories on the Pacific Northwest and also the Northern Rockies. Yeah, so there's a look in our enhanced risk. And also the slight risk goes up to Friendship and Sparta, La Crosse, areas in Wisconsin, down towards Madison, and west of 43, basically. But our enhanced risk is centered in Iowa, Mason City, Forest City, Osage, Charles City, West Union, Manchester, and then the Des Moines Metro. All of the Des Moines Metro is in the enhanced risk. And not quite to the Omaha area. It's mostly east of the Omaha area. But that slight risk does extend down across parts of Kansas tonight, even into the Oklahoma Panhandle. A little bit of a gap, and there's another slight risk that is where we've had the severe weather for the most part today in Texas, around the Lubbock area, and now pushing east of Lubbock. Some of this residual may get down. There's some modeling that shows some of this gets into parts of Illinois and even towards the St. Louis area by morning. Those are going to be interesting for tomorrow because that may leave some outflow boundaries.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, sneeze and go. Yeah, so that'll be interesting tomorrow. There's some outflow boundaries that'll kind of reside along this area, and that's why there's a slight risk for tomorrow, or not a slight risk, but a marginal risk that goes all the way across most of the Ohio River Valley tomorrow. But looking at today, just a little bit more. If I zoom out a little bit, we can get everything kind of in one shot. Our main area of severe weather there. Tornado risk, there is a 5% tornado risk. That's 5% in 25 miles. Mostly in kind of central and north or northeast kind of Iowa. There's your damaging wind risk, a CGI 1 enhanced wind risk with the higher percentages there across Iowa. So it is a wind-driven enhanced risk. And then your larger hail potentially up into parts of western Wisconsin, southern Minnesota, back through eastern Nebraska.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been
and then a little more isolated into Kansas, potentially northern and northeastern Kansas. But yeah, we kind of do it all again tomorrow. Slight risk in Iowa. The enhanced risk shifts back to the west. They have added around that enhanced risk, a 5% tornado risk into extreme northeast Colorado, southwest Nebraska, and northwest Kansas. It's kind of the similar mix of ingredients, which is why the breakdown kind of looks very similar with the basically a wind-driven enhanced risk with the CGI 1. That does extend into Omaha. And then the hail risk does extend down along what will be a dry line into western Oklahoma.
Has been updated.
That's why you kind of have this little finger of marginal risk down into western Oklahoma.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So tomorrow, another kind of wind, hail, and isolated tornado risk. It's not a big tornado risk today or tomorrow. Could get isolated tornadoes. Could a couple of those be stronger? Maybe. We'll see about the Iowa storms. If they start to cluster together before they get into a little bit more favorable environment, then less of a chance of at least supercellular tornadoes. We may get some if they move into a cluster and form an MCS. We may get some line-embedded tornadoes, but then we got to watch. This would be Sunday. Sunday, already a large enhanced risk. Covers southwest Minnesota, southeast South Dakota, much of Nebraska, and parts of Iowa again.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
and then Monday looks like a pretty high-end severe weather day. This will get kind of trimmed around a little bit. There's some models that show
a severe
little bit more cool air. There's some models that show a little bit of cool air intrusion and some outflow boundaries left behind. That may cut some of the severe weather to the north and east a little bit. But it may also kind of leave a boundary that enhances some of that. So we'll just have to see. Some of the fine details are based on what happens the day before. But in general, across parts of the Great Lakes and parts of the plains, we have a pretty high-end severe weather day. This would be for Monday. And then potentially on Tuesday as well. I don't think they've done anything for Wednesday. But yeah, this is a day to watch if you're in these areas. And yeah, some of these areas, especially, I think, like eastern Nebraska, southwest Iowa, northern Missouri, down to areas in northern Oklahoma. This could be an area that has a little bit higher end severe potential than even the enhanced in here. A little more concentrated area. So I do think we have to watch these areas particularly. And there's some question marks about the cool air and maybe some outflow boundaries getting worked in here across the northern part. But this area will stay a little more wide open for warm sector. Here's our current mesoscale discussions. So they do have a mesoscale ongoing for that current watch. Kind of watching that area in western Oklahoma, only a 20% watch probability. Mostly wind gusts and some hail. And then they do have a 40% watch probability for that area in western and west central Wisconsin. We'll see. So we'll see as these storms eventually shift to the east, we may get a new watch issued for parts of Wisconsin. So here's your newest warning. It's for this area to the west of the Oklahoma City metro around Gary, Calumet, up towards areas south of Watonga. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. And again, not everybody's going to get the hail. And there's a bigger chance of some of that wind kind of on the leading edge of this cluster of storms. So there's your warning there. Blaine, Caddo, Canadian, and Kingfisher counties in central Oklahoma. This is already starting to turn into a little bit more of a multi-cell kind of wind cluster. It tried to localize a little bit of rotation earlier. It's not really right now. It's mostly just a arc of damaging winds in here, kind of on the leading edge of this. There is also some larger hail back in there. It did not save my color map. That's interesting. It did not save my color map, so I'll have to rework that eventually at some other point, but okay. I may have not clicked save. I think that's me. That's a me problem. So yeah, next up in this cluster here, Cumberland, Messina, Prescott, Lenox, Clearfield, Diagonal, and Gravity, Iowa. Still in southern Iowa. This is moving off the I-29 corridor, so some better news there. That's an interesting look at this kind of shelf cloud. You can see the lip of that leading edge on this camera perspective. Right in there. That is an interesting look. Sun behind it, that's kind of cool. So yeah, it's going to look kind of scary. Tucked under that shelf cloud is the heavier wind, and then you get slammed with the rain. They are going to continue that, obviously extending out the considerable threat. The hail has come down on that one, so it's mostly a wind risk right now, with some pockets of quarter size to maybe $half size hail. Still seeing golf balls to ping pong ball size hail around Cushing. A little bit of a left split situation there.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There's the update for that considerable threat for all those counties there. A little bit of a left split here, so we're seeing some of that move up towards areas along 110 and north of US 20, and then other part of that cell is going to head towards Arthur, maybe towards Wall Lake. And then the cells here have come down a little bit from their peak intensity around Pomeroy. Not seeing those hail cores as strong as we did earlier.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Still seeing the lime size hail here around Crystal Lake, around Miller, Forest City. It's approaching Clear Lake. This is the I-35 corridor, so very heavily traveled area. And then up towards areas around Mason City. Here's a look at those storms as they leave the Lubbock area. You can see a lot of the roads are still dry. So, yeah, pockets of the Lubbock area have had some rain, maybe some small hail, but a lot of this has stayed fairly dry across Lubbock.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is the look out of the Mason City area. That's looking back towards that hailstorm. That's a pretty good look there. It looks like some mammatus clouds maybe showing up. But the core of that storm, still not really seeing it that much, but the core of that storm is still way back here. This is all kind of blow off. That we can see on radar too, all that blow off. And even some lightning now showing up out towards Mason City.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, this will be one to watch. This is the I-35 corridor at Clear Lake. Right about there.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Hey, Farm All, happy Friday to you too. Yeah, hope all is well. Still seeing a couple severe warnings also in Minnesota. So far, the Minnesota storms are maybe a notch on the lower tier than a couple of these storms in Iowa right now. All right. Set that there for a minute. We'll keep powering through. These allergies have been crazy today.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right. That turned into a... I went upstairs, grabbed some more allergy pills, and then I got a chore that turned a 5-minute thing into like a 20-something minute thing, but curtains are hung, so we're good to go. Little curtain project. We do have still a cluster of storms, and it's now 8:15. Yeah, 8:15 in the central time zone. And a couple things, not much has changed, so I have been kind of peeking in as I was kind of getting some chore list completed there and getting some more allergy pills. Still have a strong thunderstorm. This is working towards the Oklahoma City metro, especially on the north side of Oklahoma City towards Yukon, Piedmont, and Okarche.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, sneeze there for a second. Yeah, so still severe thunderstorms working on the west side of Oklahoma City. These are non-tornadic. They're mostly elevated hail producers and some gusty winds. Same for the area back towards New Cordell, Corn, and Bessie.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We have a line now of severe warned storms. Again, kind of quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind is the main risk. Quanah, Texas, now through Childress, approaching areas around Jayton and Spur, and well to the south and east of the Lubbock area. These ones actually are a little bit stronger, I think, south of Spur, and then down towards Hermleigh.
New information.
And they are being warned for $half size hail. So, and I just upped that one for $half size hail. So there's a couple hail cores in here along 84.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm.
Particularly this one here. Let's see, near Fluvanna, Texas. You can see the hail core in those brighter pinks and purple colors. And then the other one is west of Jayton. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Texas Highway 2320 and Texas 208. Keep an eye on those two cells.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
You can see some of those updates there coming across your screen. And then, yeah, destructive tag through the areas around Mason City.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
These are a little bit of an annoying radar hole here into northern and north central Iowa.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, these storms have filled in along the northern parts of Iowa fairly well. There's still a big cluster storms going south of the Omaha or south of the Des Moines area. It is staying south, East Peru, Lorimer, down towards Beaconsfield. That storm has backed off some. It's mostly a wind threat. Initially, it looked like that might have been one of the bigger supercellular threats, but it quickly formed kind of a multi-cell cluster. This is going to be a big wind event. You can see it's kind of bulging out
this severe thunderstorm
through Van Wert and Weldon, towards Garden Grove and areas like Pleasantville. Keep an eye on that storm. But that is going to stay south of the Des Moines metro. And Des Moines, I kind of mentioned it earlier. Right now, you've been pretty lucky right now around the Des Moines metro, but we will watch for more storms back building. So there is a chance of more storms, even though you've missed kind of round one. Into northern parts of Iowa, a lot of hail producing cells. Some of them are still discrete, so we do have to watch some of these. Rotation in this cell here near Dakota City and Badger. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this area here near Badger. Considerable threat also there for some lime-sized hail. That's an interesting cell. Not as much rotation on that other cell here, golf ball-sized hail, near Gilmore City and Bragate. And then back here towards Peterson, at least $half, probably closer to ping pong ball size hail. There's another cluster. Any of these cells in here could produce $half size hail. There's a couple warnings out there towards Arthur still. And then our lead supercell has crossed the I-35 corridor, and we're still seeing that in here near Mason City. Still seeing some rotation in there. and a destructive tag for this cell. This is in Franklin, Hancock, and Cerro Gordo counties in north central Iowa. Also Wright County, north central Iowa, moving east at 20. And that is for the baseball size hail. So hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That cell is going to continue working towards Sheffield, Thornton, and areas like Alexander, along I-35. May get over towards areas around 65 near Hampton and Geneva. So we'll keep an eye on that one. This one also has baseball size hail associated with this cell that's moving through the areas around Clear Lake and now just to the south of Mason City. Yeah, this camera has changed definitely perspective compared to earlier today. That is the cell moving through just south of Mason City along Highway 18. That one also does have some broad rotation with it too.
New information.
This is what it looks like in the other supercell. This is at Thornton. This is pretty much in the hail core at I-35 and really can't see really anything that's going on. It's basically pitch black and a lot of heavy rain, a lot of hail and wind. Just south of there. Now, it could be a different camera and different lighting settings and stuff on the camera, but just south of that hail core, you can see it's not quite pitch black. This is near Alexander. The wind is picking up in this location. I can see the camera shakes from time to time, but this is a just shows you the difference there between just a couple miles difference between a mile marker 171 just outside the storm and 178.9 in the storm. So yeah, that mile marker is like right in there where some of the largest hail is falling right now. But that just looks like a complete mess.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There's some gusty winds from that storm too. This is another Lime-sized considerable threat. It is showing some signs of rotation, picking up near Badger. Let's go back and just kind of look at this a couple different... yeah, rotation has picked up a little bit in that cell. Between Clare and Badger, just near, yeah, just west of Badger along County Highway 58. South of Jones Siding, Iowa. Winds are going away from the radar here, and then they're wrapping back towards the radar there. And kind of a localized area of rotation right in this area. And that is where we have the inflow notch. So yeah, it checks out. That is a little bit of an area of rotation. That one could get a little feisty, so we got to keep an eye on that one very closely. Badger up to Eagle Grove, Thor, Vincent, Hardy, Renwick. That one's definitely one to keep your eye on. That is for Webster, Wright, Humboldt, and Hamilton counties in north central Iowa. Yeah, and then just because you've had the kind of this lead cluster of baseball-sized hail-producing supercells, there's still more storms back west of I-35. So new warning re-upping there for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Kind of in pockets here. There's a couple different clusters of storms.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
One up towards Joyce, and then one southwest of Hayfield. Another kind of cluster south of Miller, approaching Ventura. So yeah, a couple different pockets of strong to severe thunderstorms in that cluster of storms. We've lost the severe warnings right now in Minnesota. Those storms are below severe limits. And then still seeing some stronger storms in northwest parts of Iowa. Particularly that cell around Rembrandt. And then again, another cluster, Battle Creek, over towards Wall Lake. Let's go jump back down to the areas west of Oklahoma City. Still keep an eye on that cell near El Reno. Back towards Bessie and Corn. And then, yeah, this is still a pretty punchy line of storms. And you may get some of that stronger winds on that leading edge. Yeah, they're going to rewarn that. There's kind of a leading edge and a gust front out ahead of these storms. And that's where some of this heavy wind is located. So it's not right with the precip. It's out in front of it. Earlier, we saw on some of the traffic cameras, some of the blowing dust around the Lubbock area. So this has been warned at times for...
Attention, a new considerable severe
There's the considerable threat tag there. Considerable threat there. Below me, that's for mostly the winds, but also the hail in here. Along Highway 70, Texas Highway 70. Approaching areas around Jayton, Texas. So there's Jayton, Texas, along also US Highway 380. Cuts across this area too. US Highway 83 from Aspermont up to the areas in north along the Red River. Cuts across there towards Paducah. So pretty big warning polygon. Looks like more of the southern end of that is going to be the area that has more of the hail chance. That would be Jayton to Aspermont, maybe eventually over towards Rochester and Haskell, Texas. Filling in a couple warning polygons there. This line kind of stretches across, I think, a few different National Weather Service offices. Also seeing a new warning in this one, considerable threat for some of that larger hail near Meridian, Marcus, for Buena Vista and Cherokee counties in northwest Iowa.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There it is, Buena Vista, Cherokee counties, and that is for some of that golf ball size hail potentially. Yeah, this is being warned. The cell ahead of it is also being warned for $half size hail.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm
that one could have more closer to
issued.
ping pong ball size hail as well. Both those cells in northwest Iowa still pretty feisty. A couple other severe storms in southeast parts of Nebraska, quarters and 60 to $half size, quarters to $half size, and 60-mile-an-hour gusts there. Unfortunately, we're far from the radar site, so we're not getting a great look at those storms. But we'll keep an eye on these because they're going to head towards that 18 corridor. 18 kind of travels south of Mason City, goes east-west, and then turns south down to basically connect to 380. So it's a pretty well-traveled highway. And yeah, that's going to impact areas there. North of Cedar Falls, up towards Janesville, Nashua, Marble Rock. Zooming in to get some smaller communities. Geneva, Airedale, Dumont.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Keep an eye on these two cells. The Storm Prediction Center also has a little mesoscale discussion out for this area that concerns the highest end short-term tornado risk is essentially for these lead cells as well. And yeah, there is some broad rotation, although we're looking very far up in the storm. Yeah, probably above 8,000 to 9,000 feet. I had a couple different storms in this area in a couple different broadcasts, and I didn't realize how big of a radar hole actually that area in north central Iowa is.
Attention, a new
north central Iowa into southern parts of Minnesota. It's a rather annoying one. Yeah, you need a radar out of the Des Moines area, or basically radar out of the Twin Cities. And if they get further east, you will get radar out of La Crosse. So they will get into some slightly better radar territory. And as those sink south into the 380 corridor, you can get better radar out of the Quad Cities. But kind of right now, they're kind of between radar sites.
Information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They have up that re-up that cell near Rembrandt. Let's take a look at this cell near Thor again, because this one, yeah, it does have some rotation in it. Right near Badger. It's still near Badger. Still a little disorganized, but it has kind of been on an uptrend. Not quite as punchy as it was just a few minutes ago, but we'll continue to keep an eye on this one. Thor to Eagle Grove, Vincent, Renwick, and Hardy. Hey, Weston, how's it going tonight? Hope all is well where you guys are. Haven't had any tornado warnings yet today. It's mostly just been a hail and wind threat across especially northern Iowa right now. Some wind and small hail across south central Iowa.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then still watching this line of gusty storms, especially with some hail embedded in here near Jayton, Texas. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger on the moderate for a day 3. But yeah, let's look at day 3. There's the day 3 right now. They do have a day 3 enhanced.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I don't think they're going to pull the day 3. They'll probably wait for the day 2. If they did, it could also stay just, this would be for Sunday. We've seen this before. We've seen the hold back a little bit on the Storm Prediction Center, at least this year, has held back a few times, and not saying it in a bad way, just kind of assessing what they're thinking. But
attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning.
When they've had this question mark on how initial supercells would go, how long they would stay discrete, we've seen a couple times where they've held back on the, especially day 2, day 3 kind of moderate risks, and waited to see a little bit more day 1 support. So we'll see. Yeah. It's going to be, Sunday's going to be interesting because, yeah, and they note it, initial supercells could have an all hazards threat, but then there is the likelihood that convection continues to upscale, and it spreads eastward. So how quickly it upscales, there's still question marks there. There's going to be outflow boundaries. There's going to be some day 2 question marks also. So I doubt they'll put the moderate on that one. I do think you might get more than a day 1 moderate on for day 4. I do think part of this is probably going to go moderate at some point. I don't think they're going to do it too far ahead, but you could see like a day 2 moderate risk. I wouldn't be surprised when this gets to day 2 if they have a moderate risk out. Particularly like this area. Let's see. This area in here has, I think, a pretty good chance of some all hazards severe threat, even potentially a tornado outbreak. Northern Oklahoma, central Kansas, eastern Kansas. There's still some question marks up here, though. It may get a little cool. There may be some outflow boundaries. So we'll kind of reassess the couple days ahead. But yes, there is in general, there is it's a very active pattern the next few days. Let's see. We are getting a new tornado warning too. Let's see. Yeah, they might bump this down a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they bump the slight risk. I don't know if there's gonna be a ton of changes to this enhanced. May kind of get bumped a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if they extend the slight risk down further. Maybe even into parts of northern Oklahoma. All right, we did get tornado warning out of this location. Let's see. There it is. It's right in that radar hole. 10,000 feet. 14,000 feet from Minneapolis. I'm just checking to see which 19,000 from the Quad Cities. Checking to see which radar is the best radar for this. 9,000 from the Des Moines radar. It's about split between the Des Moines and the La Crosse radar. So yeah, it's right in the radar hole in north central Iowa, which means we're not going to get a ground level look at this. There is rotation. It is fairly vigorous at the upper levels, again, or mid levels, but we're looking up about 10,000 feet plus. Rotation in here near Rockford and Marble Rock. I think that's why there's a tornado warning on it, because you need to, for this vigorous of rotation at 10,000 feet or so. Yeah, I would say so, at least based on current assessment of things. That would be day 4. This will shift around a little bit too, depending on timing ejection from when that system ejects in the Rocky. So Tulsa probably gets at least an enhanced on Monday. Depending on exact timing of things, you could get a moderate risk. It just really is going to depend. I would say, especially this area, East Central Kansas is probably really prime for severe weather on Monday. So definitely Wichita, Manhattan, up to Topeka. It's probably going to be a prime spot. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of this pushes east a little bit. It's going to depend on that timing ejection. Probably still a little too far away to really get into exact details on that one. Oh, let's see. Which radar are we getting out? Yeah, it still shows up decent here on the Des Moines radar too, just the opposite directions. But yeah, there's your rotation in here near Rockford. So make sure you're taking your tornado safety precautions in here. That's Rockford, Iowa. down towards Marble Rock. Let's get those counties up to Western Floyd County. It is just the one county. The storm is working fairly slowly, too. Let's get a track on this one. Tracking from this area of rotation at about 25 miles an hour. It's going to put it into areas like Roseville, about 23 minutes. Rockford, 5. Charles City, that is along Highway 18 here. That's a little more populated area, about 38 minutes or so. And then out towards Nashua, along 218, that is about an hour away. So keep an eye on that cell slowly. So at least it's not going to sneak up on you, but that is a dangerous storm. I tracked it from the area of rotation too. You may get hail and wind before that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if moderate is. Now, you might see... I would hope there's not many degreed meteorologists that are saying that you're going to wake up to a moderate risk, but I mean, it's possible, but generally the Storm Prediction Center does play a little bit conservative, which I think is a good thing because you don't want to over-warn people. But I don't know, Tulsa, there's some question marks there, so I don't think you're going to wake up to a moderate risk, but it's possible, but there's a look inside that. This is that other cell that's a destructive storm, although it has weakened a little bit near Thornton, Sheffield. That one also has some broad rotation in it, but it's that lead cell that has had the more vigorous area of rotation. Hey, Cruz, how's it going? Hope all is well there. Still watching this area also for rotation near Badger. It's held on quite a bit, actually. Looks like it's kind of regrouped. We saw it a little bit ago when it was west of Badger. It tightened up briefly.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's kind of maintained itself. It has kind of retightened, so keep an eye on this towards Eagle Grove, Vincent Thor. This is in central Iowa. It is going to go well north of the Des Moines Metro, north of Fort Dodge, generally towards the Belmond area. I'm okay. My allergies are crazy today. I was doing some landscaping work this morning, and even though I took my normal allergy meds, it just was too much. So I'm a little stuffed up and short on... So if I sound like upset, I'm not. I'm just... it's hard to talk. This is the one thing that really not great about being a digital meteorologist, is because you can go on TV and do like a 90-second weather update and toss it over to the news desk. Here we're locked in for a while, so other than that, doing okay. Hopefully not, but I'm not mad if it sounds like it. I'm just really stuffed up. These cells are slowly kind of falling apart a little bit. They're a little less organized in southern parts of Iowa, near Lucas, Woodburn, Russell, and Lacona. They're crossing the I-35 corridor just on the couple southern counties in Iowa. They were a little bit more feisty earlier. I think those were a considerable threat, if I remember right. And then taking a look at our Oklahoma City storms, still seeing a 60 mile an hour, maybe small hail, but those storms are diminishing near Yukon. Still maybe some gusty winds in those. And then, yeah, some of these storms are losing their punch a little bit as they work east. Again, they haven't presented crazy looks on the radar, on the reflectivity, but they are presenting gusty winds, some of them up to 70,
warning has been updated.
With also blowing dust to 0 visibility at times, especially these storms near Jayton, Aspermont, Texas. Keep an eye on those ones.
Warning has been updated.
We'll see how long those kind of go. They should start to diminish as they work their way east.
Thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Des Moines has gotten lucky tonight. Des Moines has, can't say they're out of the woods because there are possible storms that could back build. So we still have to watch kind of this area for Des Moines. But right now, Des Moines is getting split between severe storms to your south, and then the strongest cluster of storms has stayed into northern parts of Iowa so far, which is interesting because I don't think the models had as much separation in Iowa. I think they had more of a kind of a convective system working across this area. So storms have stayed a little bit more discrete than the models at least showed earlier today, which is continuing the hail threat, especially across northern Iowa. Meridian down to Aurelia, Varina, considerable threat there for lime-sized hail. And this is that cell that was near Rembrandt earlier, near Albert City. Still has at least $half size hail in that.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're okay right now. Des Moines has had a lot of severe weather the last few years. So yeah, I know we have a couple viewers pretty regularly from the Des Moines area too that are pretty anxious for severe weather. Today is definitely not like a tornado outbreak day either, so we may get a few tornado warnings. But today is not that day. So if your viewer puts the car in the garage or the carport, that's probably a good idea. The storms in northern Iowa are bringing some big hail.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So they are going to extend that severe thunderstorm warning through Bassett, Iona, Nashua, through the Marble Rock area, Floyd. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, the rotation doesn't look quite as punchy. We're still just really far up from the radar site, I think, though. It has backed off a little bit. So, yeah, they may just extend the severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of let it ride out that tornado warning right now. I've really grown to hate this radar hole right here. We've had generally quite a few streams with storms in this area, and we're looking up basically 10 to 14,000 feet, depending on which radar we use. So yeah, that's been one of the more annoying radar holes that I've gotten to know. There's another pretty annoying radar hole like right here, near the Fort Madison area, Kirksville, Missouri, southeast Iowa, and kind of like south central Iowa, north central Missouri. This area. And then we have I think these are like everybody's hated radar holes. The one here along the Red River, Hugo, Durant, Paris, Texas. And then the other one is like this area, West Plains, Jonesboro, Pocahontas, that northern Arkansas, southern Missouri area. Some areas that have regular severe weather, and we just can't get really detailed looks at storms that way. But yeah, rotation has generally backed off that cell near, that's near Roseville. Yeah, Roseville, Iowa right now. Still tornado warning, still there in Floyd County. Stay in your safe place there a few more minutes.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Here's some of the hail tracks, just looking back a few hours here. Yeah, this one has pretty good hail still in it near Thornton. Now near Sheffield. Has relaxed a little bit. The tornado warned storm had a bigger hail earlier near Clear Lake. Yeah, that was the kind of the lead cell that actually went severe back here near the Minnesota border.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then yeah, you can see some of these other hail tracks. Areas like Sioux City got pretty lucky that probably biggest hailstorm so far in Iowa stayed south and east of Sioux City. And yeah, there's that storm that crossed south of Omaha as well.
New information.
And you can see how that trend has weakened on this cell. Produced probably ping-pong to golf ball size hail as it crossed the Missouri River. And yeah, now it's kind of just generally severe. Max hail size, maybe 2.5 inches in diameter. Now it's down to little pockets of maybe half-inch hail at best. So that's pretty good. And yeah, that's working well south of the Des Moines area. See it on reflectivity when it plays a little bit. Has its own little spin on it. Not tornadic. It's its own little convective system almost. But it's very small. It's still disorganized. May just be leftover mesocyclone from earlier when it was a lot more organized. But that still could accentuate some of that wind along the leading edge of that cluster of storms. Considerable threat near Eagle Grove. This is the other supercell that I've been kind of watching. At times it's tried to tighten up, and then it kind of broadens back out. It just doesn't have its act together right now, but it's still in here, broadly rotating near Thor and Eagle Grove. The hail has come up in that cell, so potentially lime-size hail in that segment there. Most of these storms in northern Iowa, any of them could be $half size to golf ball size hail, just kind of generally. They are going to warn that cell near Thornton. Yeah, rotation is picked up there near Swaydale. Boy, we're not going to see anything in this storm. This is right in that core, just near Thornton. You can see how dark and...
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Kind of a similar location to that original tornado warned storm, so there may be a little localized enhanced tornado risk in here. But that storm has backed off, the one near Rockford and Marble Rock and Roseville. Yeah, you can see is that one when the lead tornado warning cell was definitely stronger earlier.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
But as that has weakened, this one has come up in intensity. Just east of I-35 right now. That's another tornado warning for Sarah Gorder County, north central Iowa. That's Sarah Gorder County above me, so don't go out and look for this. It's going to be tucked up in the rain and hail. Yeah, that's just a mess.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Turned on the lightning again. There's just a lot of lightning, rain, hail, wind. It's all just a big mess. That storm is kind of generally weakening, though. It's going to be in the wake of the lead cell. Still has access to some inflow on its southern flank. And then, yeah, behind those two lead cells, these storms are kind of competing with each other. So the tornado risk should diminish some behind those lead clusters. You still may get some hail, some damaging wind gusts out of those.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
But this is a cool shot. This is out of the Abilene area. Just looking at those storms in Texas right now. Wow. Look at about 70 miles out to the north and west of Abilene. But that just shows you what kind of visibility that area in Texas has. Abilene, I believe, is a bit of a high spot as well. But this core that's right in this area where I'm kind of circling with my cursor, that core is, if I pull it back, is going to be that core that I have kind of circled here on the radar. This one right, oops, different tool. That one right there. So looking about 70 miles from Abilene. And then the rest of that to the right of the camera is all this stuff that's coming through the Jayton area. So very cool look there. Okay, down to two tornado warnings. Are they updating? Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. We have the live. They adjust with the time, so I had it cycled there. Two tornado warnings still. The one is near Roseville. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah, we're not going to see anything on CC unless it's a crazy tornado. rotation kind of broadly still in here near Roseville. It definitely has weakened as it's trended towards the east. Keep an eye on this one, though, if you're in the Charles City area, Oakwood, Roseville, and then areas down towards Midway, Caryville, or Carville, and Nashua. Keep an eye on those ones. Our other storm, it's right at the edge of the radar. We're really pushing radar data pretty far. But if it's still in there, it's near Hurley. Lifting off. That one's lifting a little more northeast, so watch out for areas around Hanford, Cameron, Cartersville, and Rockwell. 2 tornado warning storms there into parts of north central Iowa. Check something real quick with some settings. Yeah, let me play around with that real quick. Been doing some adjustments to some settings and stuff, and I do want to
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
okay, that's probably good. I think that looks a little bit bolder. Just bold those tornado warnings a little bit better there. Okay. Yeah, this shot's going to be a pretty good lightning shot too there in the distance.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, that looks good. Keep it like that for now.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
A couple overlapping warnings there. Going to maybe trim that warning up a little bit.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Still really nothing you can see there from correlation coefficient. We're just really too far from the radar sites.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
Let's
warning has
see.
been updated.
Wow. That is the definition of a radar hole. And we are just so far from the radar in all those. It looks like, it appears like this has weakened. It's at least at the mid levels weakened a little bit. But still broadly rotating into here near Hurley, Cartersville. There may even be 2 areas of circulation in that one. And then this still has broad rotation east of Roseville, just south and west of Charles City. Yeah, it's really starting to annoy me, this radar hole. It's and these 2 tornado warning storms are literally in the worst spot for the radar hole. But we'll make do. Their star radar indicates that we haven't gotten any confirmed reports by storm chasers or anything like that. Although it's going to be tricky chasing out there.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is what we can see in Texas, about 70 miles away. And this is what it looks like in those tornado warned storms in Iowa. So it's just the different experience there. Looks like they are going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas in Floyd, Nashua, and Charles City. Still kind of seeing broad rotation in there, but it has weakened, so that's good. And yeah, this is on a weakening trend too, near Hurley, Cartersville, but we'll keep that tornado warning going.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Our cell near Badger earlier that we were looking at had pretty good rotation a little bit ago, but that cell has collapsed a little bit. See the hail cores are coming down on that cell just as I kind of rotate it back a few clicks here. That's about a half-hour difference there. Maybe about 25 minutes. Hail cores have definitely come down on that cell. And rotation has also come down quite a bit. Good sign there. Storm Lake, Iowa is really living up to its name tonight. Severe warning there. Golf ball size hail to ping pong ball size hail. And it looks like $half size hail was reported a little bit ago at Cherokee, Iowa. So yeah, hail and wind at Storm Lake. That's looks like the worst of it might be just north of town up along Business Route 71 up towards Truesdale, Iowa. Keep an eye on that cell as well. And then any of these cells, they're not severe warned right now in north and northwest Iowa. There could be some pockets of $half size hail in there. Take a look at some of these also back here. A couple hail producers also in southeast parts of Nebraska. They've avoided the Omaha metro so far. And then we've also lost our severe warnings in southern Iowa. So some good news if you're south of Des Moines. Those storms are definitely downtrending. They're really disorganized and much weaker than they were earlier. I'm going to go blow my nose again with these allergies. And while I'm doing that, I'll put the radar on. And you can enjoy some of these lightning shots from about 65 miles away from Abilene. All right. Cleared my nose. Got a drink refill, so we're good to go. But that was a cool look. Oh, wow. Maybe some of that outflow boundary reaching that camera. Just got really shaky there. Let's take a look. No, not yet. Probably just a random gust of wind. Interesting. Those storms are slowly starting to collapse a little bit. Looks like west of Abilene. I don't know if they're going to get into town. They're actually moving a little more east, southeast than true southeast, but cool look. Got kind of the overshooting top. You can see some of the core of that storm. And a lot of lightning still with those storms. Oh no, now I got hiccups. This day has been like the worst broadcast ever. I'm sorry, guys. Oh boy. All right, let's go and take a look at our tornado warnings. Yeah, they have trimmed the one tornado warning up quite significantly. The one in Cerro Gordo County. Yes, Cerro Gordo County. They've trimmed it to just the areas around Hanford and down towards Cartersville. Oh yeah, that storm has weakened significantly in the last few minutes. You can see 20 minutes ago, it was its own little supercell. But that is significantly weakened in the cool wake behind the leading edge storms there. These ones that are out front. What a mess. Yeah, and the rotation has also backed off in that other original tornado warning cell near Roseville. You can see there that original rotation a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago there. We're not really seeing that rotation anymore. There's maybe a little bit of weak rotation in here, but it's very broad. It's very weak. Mostly an outflow dominant storm at the moment. Good signs there as we're getting into a little more populated areas there near Charles City, Nashua, Plainfield. And yeah, that's what it looks like underneath the camera there. Still a lot of rain, but even though these storms in general are on a weakening trend across parts of the northern and north central parts of Iowa, there still is a ton of rain in here, including I-35. I-35 basically running just straight through the middle of your screen right now. Yeah, and there's pockets of maybe some small hail, but mostly it's a heavy rain, lightning, just a complete mess. Wind. Public report there of ping pong ball size hail near Cherokee earlier. That's East Central Cherokee and Southern Buena Vista counties in Iowa. That storm still means business. Yeah, that's the storm that crossed just north or over Storm Lake, now towards Sulphur Springs, Newell. And let's see, up M54 north of Newell. That's where that hail core is located.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Not seeing many severe storms in this watch area. I think they've added maybe a couple counties up near Stillwater, Cushing, Perkins. But those storms are behaving themselves in Oklahoma right now.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's weird. They've actually dropped the hail a little bit. Still is a decent reflectivity. It's come down maybe a little bit,
Attention,
but
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Haskell, Texas, new severe warning there. Yeah, there's that outflow boundary. This is a dusty, at times earlier, it had zero visibility outflow with dust out ahead of these storm clusters. There's your outflow boundary. Anywhere along and just behind that, you can get some gusts to 60 miles an hour as that slides in from the north and northwest. So areas around Haskell, Texas. Safe, sturdy structure. Make sure you're away from windows for some of that lightning. The hail cores have come down on those cells. Surprised they still have this tornado warning in place. Yeah, not really seeing rotation in there anymore. The cell that's not tornado warned anymore, that's now passed through Charles City, has broader rotation than the tornado warned cell right now. So I would suspect they're going to drop this in the next couple minutes. That's not even much of a cell anymore. It's just completely fallen apart in that cool wake of that lead cluster storms. We have seen now in the last few minutes, we have seen more of a cluster of storms developing. So this may be what some of the models have hinted at as storms have transitioned from being a little more discrete, a little more of a hail threat, especially big hail, and a couple tornado warnings we've had. We'll see. This may transition into more of a wind threat, kind of bowing line segments. But we'll see. We've certainly had the larger hail. I don't think we've had any 80-mile-an-hour gusts. Let me turn on some storm reports and we'll see.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, there's our last 6 hours of storm reports. 43 hail reports, 53 wind, 5 flash flood reports, 1 fire report, and 3 other. I wonder what other are. Okay, yeah, Goodell, Iowa, that was a 2.5-inch diameter hail. Kanawha, Iowa, same thing, 2.5. Hancock County, Iowa, earlier. Looks like the largest hail that we've had. Okay, and I was wondering about that earlier. We did get an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier. Sherman County, Texas. 74-mile-an-hour wind. Where's this? Montgomery. Oh, yeah, that was with that storm near Red Oak when it was very strong, 74-mile-an-hour winds. So that was a considerable threat. All right, let's Helps kind of visualize the storms. So yeah, so far in this watch area, we have not had a widespread damaging wind threat like the watch is highlighted about. That may change as we get later into the evening here as these storms start to cluster up and bring a damaging wind risk across central Iowa. Well, this is an interesting, this is the HRRR run, latest HRRR run, and basically takes what we have now, continues to weaken those cells across southern Iowa. It does kind of congeal the northern cluster into more of a line segment as it works its way towards West Union and Strawberry Point, and eventually towards Richland Center into that area in western Wisconsin. This is by like 1 a.m., maybe reaching the 94 corridor. And let's see, maybe about midnight, kind of crossing into western Wisconsin. Yeah, sometime between 11 and midnight, crossing the Mississippi River. Still has a couple isolated storms behind that. But this, at least this run, does not blow up anything too significant back towards Des Moines. Although by, let's see, by 2 a.m., there may be a chance of another round of isolated to scattered storms. That is interesting. All right. So that kind of a little bit of detail in what's going on there. Hey, Samuel, how's it going tonight? Hope you're doing well. Sorry if I was late to say hi. I was kind of working on that model and seeing what was up with there.
Attention,
I need to glance up at that.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That chat a little quicker. Starting to get dark there in Texas. Losing the light there. Still a neat shot with some lightning. Looks like they are going to drop that tornado warning. So 9:30 here in the central time zone. Let me just kind of pause and see what we have going on. This may kind of start to form a little bit of a mesoscale convective system here across northeast parts of Iowa. That would extend that wind threat across northeast Iowa into western Wisconsin. And I think we're starting to see that transition from the supercell mode, now that we've lost the tornado warnings, to more of this mesoscale convective system, potentially highlighting that damaging wind threat. So keep an eye on that one if you're in northeast Iowa, western Wisconsin, especially south of La Crosse towards Prairie du Chien, Platteville, and areas right along the Mississippi River, Richland Center. If you want to pop on, I'm probably going to call it pretty soon for myself, just with the allergies and with the supercell threat dying down and with a lot more severe weather to go this week. And looks like Des Moines might miss out on at least the biggest severe threat for tonight. Although, again, there's still a risk for an isolated stronger storm still back towards Omaha and the I-80 corridor. Yeah, our strongest storms right now are all in northern and north central Iowa right now. And yeah, these storms in Texas are diminishing. Still some gusts there. We've lost most of the hail threat in Texas, most of the wind event. The other thing too about these Texas storms, you're going to get some gusts even after these storms diminish. You can see that outflow boundary. These storms are dying off very quickly across the Red River Valley, but their outflow still exists, potentially gusting even 40, 50 miles an hour. That may work its way towards some more populated areas around Wichita Falls. Nice. Yeah, it's going to be a late night threat. This is going to go for a while, I think. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a few. Right now, we're in a little bit of a lull with only a couple different severe warnings. Just reload this. Clear that tornado warning off for a second. Come on. There it goes. Okay. It still didn't clear that warning off. That's weird. But yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get more warnings out of this. This kind of mesoscale convective system that's trying to develop right in here between Charles City and then basically the Mississippi River. But yeah, good news is that'll accentuate the wind threat, but it should diminish the hail threat. Could get a couple more line embedded tornado risks, but the tornado threat should be minimal. Very isolated tornado risk tonight. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because also the warning bar below me there is yellow again, so that indicates it changes with the highest warning. But it might just be still somehow in this system or something. But I thought force closing it would work, but it hung on there. Just turn everything off. Yeah, even turning it back on still kind of. Yeah, there's no tornado risk there anymore. It's going to bug me a little bit, but that's fine. Yeah, it's still a little bit of isolated hail risk in that northern and north central portion of Iowa tonight.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, the warnings are working, so the worst case is when the National Weather Service like API glitches and you don't get warnings. So I guess canceled warnings hanging on is better than not getting warnings that are newly issued. But there's your newest warning for Pocahontas County in Iowa. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So yeah, we're seeing a slow downtrending. We're not seeing the considerable threat storms anymore.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago that the API went down or something like that, and we weren't getting any warnings on any of the different radar apps and stuff I use. That was a mess. Here's that outflow boundary. You can see that very clearly here on the Texas radar here, coming through the Haskell area, down through areas around Hamlin. Some of that outflow may get down towards the I-20 corridor. Probably not all the way into Abilene, but interesting radar. These little blips in here.
Attention, this
Pretty
flash
sure.
flood warning has been updated.
You can see there's nothing there. It's not moving in the same direction as the showers that went through earlier. You can see those showers pushing off to the east. These are, I believe, are bats out of the Texas Hill Country. So some cool stuff there you can see sometimes. I saw the flash flood notice. Where do we have flooding? Checking something in my alerts here. Seeing where the flood risk is. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a flash flood warning. I just want to check and make sure I have the latest info. Oh, that's why I wasn't seeing it. There it is. It's a flash flood warning in for areas in Hawaii. Something's glitching there because it's not showing up the details on the details aren't showing up on either radar apps that I usually use. So it may just be getting issued, but flash flood warning there in Hawaii. Cruise is live. I can pitch it to you, Cruise. Let me try that. I'll pitch it over to Cruise. I'm going to call it with the allergies and everything. Let's see. Can I pitch it to Cruise? Yeah, it was bad today. I had to do a bunch of outdoor work this morning and it was kind of bad. So I'm going to pace myself since the severe threat is diminished a little bit, at least the all hazards threat. Let me see. I thought there was a way I can pitch it to Cruise, but oh, hold on. Let me see. Thought I could, but it's not working. Yeah, Monday looks like a big day. Let me recap that here while we have some people still on. Let's go through tomorrow. Similar day today.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Tomorrow, enhanced risk in a little bit further west, but essentially the enhanced risk, all hazards on the table early as initialization happens, and then likely clustering and extends a damaging wind threat. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets pushed the slight risk a little further south. We could have a little more dry line action tomorrow. Western Oklahoma. A little bit conditional risk, but if a storm fires down here, there could be a bigger all hazards threat, at least briefly. That's tomorrow. Yeah, 5% tornado. Wind risk is pretty high tomorrow. And the hail threat also back here. That's Saturday. Sunday also looks like a pretty big severe weather day, all the way from the upper Midwest, all the way down along the dry line again into western Oklahoma. Even the Red River Valley also could get in on that one. A day 3 enhanced already for Sunday. And then, yeah, here is latest on Monday. I think they've pushed it a little bit further towards the east. Looks different than earlier. We'll get more refinement on Monday, but Monday does look like a big day. And we could have severe weather even into Tuesday. And I wouldn't be surprised, it's not on the risk assessment yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a day. This would be for, I guess, Wednesday-ish. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday. This was Wednesday. I wouldn't be surprised if we get tomorrow something kind of highlighted in this area from maybe the Arklatex up to the Ohio River. A little bit of a question mark, but we'll see about that. So yeah, we have a pretty active pattern. Newest warning there into western Iowa. This is north of the Omaha metro. So we have had some backfilling here. So if you're in the Des Moines area, there's the new warning there. I think Des Moines is still going to get storms. I think Des Moines is maybe lucked out on not the big beefy supercells, but Des Moines probably going to get storms by midnight to 2 a.m. kind of time frame. These should push east. Likely mostly a damaging wind risk. Oh, questions. Yeah, that looks like Monday. Monday does look like a severe weather outbreak. Although there's some question marks on how north it goes. Let me get back there. There's some question marks there. Some of Monday is going to depend on Sunday with outflow boundaries and things like that, and also timing of the ejection of this next wave. So there's going to be some changes to this Monday risk area. Although I think I've said it a couple times on the stream today, the best chance is especially going to be down in this area, like eastern Kansas, down into northern Oklahoma. This area probably has the best chance of severe weather. Northwest Missouri, potentially up into like that southern Iowa area. We'll get better data as we get another day or two, but especially this area really needs to look out. There's some question marks, I think, up here into Wisconsin, how north that warm nose is going to get. Probably could still have severe weather, but I wouldn't be surprised if they make some adjustments to this enhanced area. So yeah, we'll get better data as things go on this weekend. Right where this is. No, it's not. I'm not good enough to create a radar product. This is Aguacero weather. I do some customizations to it, so it might look a little different, but Yeah, I'm still not the smoothest on it. I tried it out. Tried it out a couple weeks ago. Oh, it may have, I don't know if it did on your end or not, but it may have converted that from Spanish to English. But aguacero is Spanish for downpour. But if you type in the Spanish version, it should get you to the application. And there is a free tier as well. It's a good application. You can get really, really detailed in it. I'm gonna start after I get it kind of learned a little better on the back end. I'm gonna start doing a little bit more forecast videos as well, because we can get really, really crazy detailed in this application. I can add all kinds of layers and models and data overlapping each other. You guys, if you were on earlier, may have seen it. I did overlap some data on earlier with the hail tracks. There we go. There's a look at some of the hail tracks for today. Going back, we saw maybe some larger hail. Pretty much where it was warned for. So, but back here south of Sioux City, maybe 2 to 2.5 inch diameter hail. South of Omaha, 2-inch hail. And I think those line up with the reports. As well as 2-inch hail there southwest of Mason City. And yeah, 2.5 inch hail there south. That's in that area near Kanawha. So that tracks. Sometimes the models or the sometimes the radar underestimates and sometimes it overestimates hail, but it looks like it's pretty spot on, because then I can layer storm reports. And we see our 2-inch hail reports. So yeah, there's all kinds of good stuff we can do to it. But yeah, I'm still learning it myself too, so. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna hang it up. If you're interested in more streaming, yeah, it's a browser, so that's nice. It seems to be, at least on my rig, it seems to be low on the needs for the computer, so it seems to be running very smoothly. I haven't had any issues with it. I can zoom in and out and do all kinds of cool stuff with that. And yeah, it has a little bit more of a broadcasty look. So that was one of the things I was looking for. I changed a bunch of the settings and stuff. So hopefully, and I did some testing on it like last week. Privately, I was streaming to myself on my phone. So I was trying to take a look and see what looked good on the phone, because I know a lot of people are watching from phones and tablets. So hopefully it looks good on your end. But we'll keep refining it too, because I can change all kinds of different parameters. I can change like the road labels and make them really big or really small or medium. So I can do all kinds of stuff with it. Yeah, I can change like city size names and things. And yeah, obviously I don't want to have it too small where you can't read the city sizes. So we want to make sure it's kind of like big enough where you can. I can change the distance and how like those cities spread out. So I can put kind of only a little bit of small cities. Yeah, so I'm still playing around with it myself, but seems to be pretty cool. I'm not going to save those settings though. All right, guys. Have a good night, guys. Yeah, and we'll see. Tomorrow probably be on at least a little bit. Again, we'll kind of, if we're not on tomorrow, I'll at least be on kind of standby mode, seeing how initialization goes. If we get a bunch of supercells out here in Nebraska tomorrow, then we'll pop on. Yeah, Nebraska tomorrow. Sunday looks like a lock. We'll be streaming on Sunday. Monday looks like one of those all day kind of streams. It's probably gonna be a long stream on Monday. It's probably gonna be one of those 12-hour streams. So yeah, Monday looks like a big severe weather day. And then Tuesday we'll probably be streaming on Tuesday too. So yeah, tomorrow possible. Sunday very likely. Monday pretty much a guarantee. Tuesday very likely. And then Wednesday, possible Wednesday. So yeah, I'm going to call it short tonight. Rest up, get these allergies cleared out, and then we'll hit it again later this week, guys. New subscribers, thank you guys so much. It means a lot to me. And yeah, I'll try and be better tomorrow. Today was just one of those streams. Have a good one, guys. Thanks.